0-1 pitch. Lined into left field for a base hit. A one-hopper that quickly gets on Wilmus. Horcham goes opposite field, a one-out single.
Yeah, that's a good fastball from Chaz. That's 3 balls off the plate. Horcham just did a good job sticking his bat out, hit it hard. Wilmus had to just kind of give some ground as he couldn't really catch it between hop. Horcham hustling the whole way, but held to a single.
Bottom of the order, Fleckenstein is up. Good lead at first base from Horcham. Wheatley with a long pause, still holding, now pitches. This is slapped opposite field foul to the right. Fleckenstein's the shortstop, batting .234. Stands in from the right side. The 0-1 is chopped. Weakly hit to the right. Wolf picks it up. Who's going to be covering first? It's Wheatley. Did he get to the bag in time? He did. Wheatley got there just in the nick of time. Bradley will challenge.
Yeah, and they went on it right away.
Third baseman Cole Smith.
First base coach immediately went to the ears.
I don't know what else Iowa could do defensively there, right, John?
No, it's just Chaz has got to probably be a step quicker over there, but again, did kind of the best he could do. I think he's out because I also am not sure. Yeah, we'll see. Kind of looked like he also went to the white bag instead of the green, so if he doesn't touch the green, he's going to automatically be out.
Well, it'll be a bang-bang play. And they're reviewing it down the right field line. Bradley leads it 1-0 in the second. A little bit of a slow start here for Iowa.
And if I learned nothing from this weekend, it's to assume nothing.
Yeah.
Or if I learned anything. See, I learned nothing.
Well, this weekend was something else, wasn't it?
Well,
a lot of replays that had us leaning one way and then pulling the rug out the other.
Or that we had a replay on one of those that we didn't feel like we should have.
We look at the replay, John. I think Chaz is there.
I do too.
I'll stick my neck out this week. How about that?
Get ahead to we'll make the fun drive to Ann Arbor tomorrow.
Load it up and let's roll.
That'll be great for obviously when you're near the top of the conference standings, all the games matter. But when you're looking for RPI points, this is an exceptional opportunity for Iowa because Michigan is a top 50 RPI school. So.
Have had some really good games with Michigan over the years.
Yes.
Really important games. After the review, he's out at first base.
Well done.
1 for 1 this week. Look at us go. So Fleckenstein retired. Horcham advanced to second. Top of the order, Cole Smith is up. He grounded out to Schulte at third.
Bradley hasn't made a lot of solid contact, but boy, they've made the plays difficult by the positioning of the hits or the contact.
First pitch from Wheatley's inside. Big lead out there at second from Horcham. 2 outs. Wheatley looking to send us into the dugout. Inside move to second base. A little bit slow developing. Had Horcham way off the bag.
Yeah, he was really trying to read first move there, and he took a big jump off, especially as Swales vacated. But Ben jumped back in and did the little inside move.
1-0 pitch. Hit on the ground left side, threw into left field. Wilmus picks it up. They'll hold the runner at third. Throw comes into Schulte just to the left of the mound. That was well struck.
That was well struck, but that was also much better executed by the Hawkeye defense that time. As Schulte came through, it was a good cutoff, and Wilmus put a throw on a line to hold Horcham at third.
Fourth hit of the game for Bradley.
Yeah, Chaz left that one just up in the middle. 91 in and 103 out.
First and third now for the Braves. 2 outs in the inning. Bradley leaves it 1-0. Chaz delivers, slider low. Chaz is really slowing down. He's really taking his time before he pitches. I would say varying holds, but it seems like every pitch has been much slower. No problem with it, just observation. Pausing again, here's the 1-0. Line foul, sharply to the left.
May find that when I walked into my car.
Count even at 1 on Bo Durbin. Pitch dropped in for a low strike. Looked good from Chaz, 1-2.
See if Chaz can finish up this inning. Get Iowa back on pitching schedule.
That's right. Much needed relief there. Wheatley's 1-2. Runner takes off for second. Pitches low and out. Reese sends it down to second. Now bring it back home. Gable throws it on the money. And Moore applies the tag. The Hawkeyes cut down the runner at the plate. Bradley's runner at third took way too long to commit to coming home. He hesitated, and that allowed Mitchell enough time to throw it right back to Reese to get the third out.
Yeah, if you're going to make that move, you got to go as soon as Reese throws it, and he didn't and paid for it because then Gable Mitchell's got a great arm coming back.
Iowa holds. It's 1-0 Bradley. Back for the bottom of the second after this. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
New pitcher into the game for Bradley is a left-handed junior from Anamosa, Eli Lehrman.
25 and a third innings, 31 hits, 24 runs, 23 of those have been earned, 14 walks, 25 strikeouts. He's going to get the, lost his number. What was it?
34.
34, there it is. Fastball will get up there in the mid to upper 80s again. He'll throw a big slow slider and a changeup as well. Iowa just needs to kind of sit on the fastball and see what they can do.
Dan Rogers gets the first look at him, the DH today for Iowa. 1-0 pitch to him as a call and strike, high and out, 1-1. 1-0 Bradley, bottom of the second. Braves out hitting the Hawkeyes 4-1. The Hawkeyes have also committed an error. Lefty on lefty matchup here. The Pitch to Rogers. That's outside. 2-1.
That was the big pop and breaking ball there.
Dan's really come on to the middle of the season here. Bit of a slow start. 2-1. Rogers pokes down the left field line. Third baseman moving over. Long run for him. It falls to the turf in foul ground. 2-2 now.
Quite possibly my least favorite sound effect that we have.
I knew that was coming.
Well, I'm not even sure why we did it there.
I don't know why we do a lot of things.
Well, there is that. There is that. I'm going to be grumpy old man at the cloud, but not towards the umpire.
Nope. Not my favorite either, John. Next pitch to D-Raj is upstairs. Full count now. Reese Moore hit a double in the first inning. Iowa's only base runner so far. Rogers takes a pitch just low. That was a pretty good-looking pitch from Lerman.
That was a really good pitch. D-Raj was bending the knees, just wishing that ball to get down, and it did as it dropped below the zone. But pretty good 3-2 pitch there, trusting your off speed and throwing a pretty good one.
Leadoff walk of Rogers. That was the other thing I was going to mention about Dan lately. He's become a better hitter this season, and I think a lot of it has to do with the discipline that he's shown. His discipline has been much improved the past few weeks.
Yeah, he's been patient. As he's seen more Division I pitching, he's been more comfortable getting deep into counts and realizing, hey, just because I didn't get that first strike, but I'll get the next one.
Cooper Schulte, the batter now for Iowa. The 0-1 pitch to Cooper. He popped it up on the infield. Lerman, the pitcher, comes down from the mound. It's the third baseman moving over. He caught it as he scaled the mound. That's Smith. He makes the catch for the first out. We saw Bradley have a few issues with pop-ups on the infield over in Peoria when we played him a couple weeks ago.
Well, and Rogers did a nice job at first base. You can't get too far off, but for his benefit, the first baseman also was kind of congregating there, so it allowed him to get off. So if the ball would have happened to find a way to the ground, he had a chance to get to second base, and he had a free run to get back to first to avoid getting doubled off.
One out for Caleb Wolf, starting first baseman today. Another lefty-on-lefty matchup. First pitch to Wolfie is a called strike, low outside part of the zone today. Wolf batting .345 for the Hawks. Pickoff move over to first. Dan's back without a problem. Out of room in right center for Caleb. A big gap in the alley there. The 0-1 to Wolf. He shows the bunt, pulls it first base side, where on one hop, O'Brien picks it up and takes it to the bag. Rogers gets to second.
It was basically what he wanted to do. He just pulled it too far. He was trying to get it past the pitcher with a deep second baseman to give himself an opportunity to beat that out, but instead he pulled it all the way down the line and turns into a sacrifice bunt that was really probably bunting for a hit.
Small ball early against Bradley. Cooper Schulte had tried to put down a bunt on the first pitch, and he fouled it off. Here's Kellen Strohmeyer swinging and missing at a breaking ball.
Some of it is just trying to get something going. Find a spark, create a spark. That's what Stroh swinging at a big, slow, sweeping breaking ball is probably not the spark you want.
0-1 pitch. Stroh takes for a strike at the knees. Nothing in two.
I know the thing you just did. We got the left fielder that's in the one track in the outfield and a little shallow, really, for the way the wind's blowing. And we saw Stroh last week go 4 times to the opposite field.
You hit to the scoreboard. It could be double, triple. 0-2. Strohmeyer takes a good cut at it and fouled it back. And center fielder's playing straight up. Left fielder is way over towards the line.
Yeah, again, in and shallow. So, I mean, if he even scooted one into the shortstop hole with some pace, he could roll it all the way to the wall.
Strohmeyer in a little bit of trouble here. 0-2 with 2 outs. Runner at second. Iowa down 1-0 in the second. Lehrman's ready. The pitch. Strohmeyer hits to center field, but right to Horchum, who's there to make the catch. Iowa goes down quietly in the second. 1-0 Bradley. We'll bring you the third after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Top of the third inning in Iowa City, the Bradley Braves lead the Iowa Hawkeyes 1-0. New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Bryson Walker, left-handed grad senior from Jersey Village, Texas. It's been a while since we've seen Bryson. Good to see him get some action here today.
Saw him against Bradley 2 weeks ago. As he threw an inning in that game, gave up a hit, a run, actually gave up a solo home run. He's 0-1 on the season, 10-13 ERA in 6 appearances. He's thrown 5 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs have all been earned, giving up 5 walks and 4 strikeouts. So kind of the thing for Bryson is to get in the zone and try to dominate the zone.
He'll face 2, 3, 4. Durbin, Breidenbach, and Atkinson. So a couple of lefties here for the Braves. In fact, 3 in a row. So this is a good spot here for Bryson to face all left-handers. Durbin was in the box when Horchum was caught stealing.
Gun down.
1-0 Bradley in the third. A cool night now in Iowa City. The wind is just making it, a little colder than the temperatures had gotten up to today. It was a warm day in Iowa City, about 70. First pitch to Durbin is fouled back, and it removed the lid off of Reese Moore.
I was promised warmth. I want warmth.
I am wearing my coat. Full jacket now. Showed up in a polo today, John. We haven't had many polo days yet.
Pirates hit a home run in the 5th to take the lead for you.
Oh, wow. I'm glad you're checking them. A 1 pitch from Walker's outside. I am full off the tracks. I'm a loyal fan, even though it doesn't sound like it, but I don't ride the roller coaster anymore.
After you said that you checked out on them, I looked. I think they had their second game under 9,000 paid attendance, so you're not the only one that's checked out either.
Well, it's really that part's devastating because I try to be as objective as possible with this comment. PNC Park is top 3 in the majors? If you were to poll all the baseball fans across the country, I think the average would put PNC Park in the top 3.
Okay. I haven't been there, so I can't speak to that one.
And to have the just absolute no-show, basically, and you can't really blame them, I don't think. I saw something the other day. The Pirates haven't signed a free agent to a contract of more than 1 year since 2016.
Well, I was just going to say, your payroll is probably less than some SEC schools, isn't it?
Man, yeah. 3-2 from Walker's hit in the air, foul to the left. Now that just doesn't make a ton of sense. But it leads you to believe, okay, they don't really spend a lot of money on the outside.
Well, and we had that discussion about, does baseball need a hard salary cap? And that was one of the things that we talked about, is that on the surface, ball 4 down low, maybe, but on the other hand, you need teams to spend. I think if you put in a hard cap, you need to put in a hard floor.
I agree 100%, John.
Because I think you've got teams that use the small market as an excuse, and then there's more to it than just that.
And you know very well, Pittsburgh is such a great sports city.
Oh.
And to just lay an egg all the time and to not seemingly get any better. And in fact, the Pirates right now, I think their batting average as a team is below 200.
Well, and especially with the arm talent that they have.
Well, right.
I mean, you don't need a whole lot of offense to win a couple games with the arm talent they have. And
Skeens and Keller, good enough to win you a few games.
You've got a chance in every 3-game series when you roll those two guys out for 2 of them.
Bryson Walker struggling to find the zone a bit here. He walked Durbin and now behind 2-0 on Breidenbach. It's just one of the earliest times that I've been, like, I don't need to check the score all the time. I don't need to see the result. 2-0 is hit on the ground, right side. Swales dives, knocks it down, throws to second. Gets the force out there. Can't complete the turn back to first. Hey, it took a heck of a play there by Swales to get the lead runner.
Yeah,
risky.
That is an aggressive play from Swales. Nice job there to make the pick and turn quickly and throw. The easy play was just to go to first, but he threw a dart right over to Mitchell, who actually made a pretty good turn as well.
1 out now for Bobby Atkinson, another left-handed hitter, 3rd in a row here for the Braves. They have a lot of lefties in the lineup today, 5 of them. First pitch strike from Walker. Walker pitching from the left side. This should be, you would think, a good matchup. Atkinson walked in the first. Bryson's 0-1. It's low.
The redeeming factor for either of our teams is that they play in the National League Central.
Oh, my goodness. No kidding.
So unless you think the Cubs are going to run away and hide, there's not really a good team in the Central. A great team in the Central.
I agree on that, too. The Brewers are off to a slow start. The Cardinals, I'm a passive Cardinals fan just over the years. My dad went to school down in St. Louis, and he's a Cardinals fan. So it rubs off a little bit, but, man, what is going on there?
Yeah, they're not your Cardinals of old. As that ball, man, just misses low. But yeah, they're not the Tony La Russa Cardinals and that group that could find ways to win and grind you out.
You talk about attendance there with a proud fan base, and that even they're turning away and seemingly have very poor attendance at Busch Stadium, which is just not something you think you'd have to say.
No, and they've done such a great job with the ballpark village and the area around there. It's a fun atmosphere there as they've tried to revitalize that area of downtown.
Walker goes with the sweeper, and it missed. 2 walks in the inning. Bradley leads it 1-0, top of the 3rd. 4th walk issued by Iowa pitchers today.
Boy, I was looking at the Big Ten statistics as the day goes on. Iowa pitchers average 3.5 walks per 9 innings. Best in the Big Ten. I guess that's in conference. In all games, they average 4.3.
O'Brien hits this high to left. It's trouble, and it is gone.
3 bases kill you. 107 off the bat, 387, and it probably went 425 with the wind, but that's what happens when you walk 2 guys in front.
And O'Brien is the hitter that is the major power threat. His 11th home run of the season. He hit 2 home runs against Iowa in Peoria. He hits one today. 3 against the Hawkeyes this season. 4-0 Braves.
You throw a get-me-over breaking ball, leave it up in the middle of the plate to a guy that's hit 10 home runs. That is not a good game plan.
This game really going to have this feel already, John? I'm getting there.
It has the feel.
1 out for Hosey. Walker missed low.
You're going to see Coach Sutherland pop out of the dugout when Iowa gets the 3rd out, and there's going to be a very one-sided conversation.
1-0 pitch is hit well to center field. Risley on his horse. He's camped under it now. He makes the catch for the 2nd out.
That was better location. That one's going to be a hard one to golf out to center.
2 outs for Cole Luckey.
I think it's relatively safe to say that Bradley's not going to shut Iowa out. So
I'm with you on that.
So obviously the game's not over, but you gotta get this thing back on the tracks a little sooner rather than later.
Luckey batting for the Braves with 2 outs, bases empty. Walker's pitch, outside corner, strike 2. The Hawks will have Swales, Wilmus, and Mitchell due up in the bottom of the 3rd, and in a bit of a hole here, it's 4-0.
We saw a couple midweeks ago, it was 10-1. You can battle your way back, but as we also saw on Sunday, you can. Sometimes you just get bad breaks and the holes don't get filled in.
That's right. 1-2 pitch, hit on the ground, left side. Schulte gloves it at 3rd. He'll throw it across the diamond for the 3rd out. A 3-run home run from Timmy O'Brien puts Bradley up 4-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles, so when you fill up, pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers.
Well, we'll see how Iowa responds here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. With Bradley out in front, 4-0, the Braves will bring in a new pitcher here, Jackson Horace, a right-handed junior from Keota.
11 2/3 innings. He's given up 8 hits, 10 runs have all been earned. A little control issue, 14 walks and 12 strikeouts. Fastball is going to be around 90. He'll throw a curveball and a change. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ben Swales, and then the top of the order for Iowa with Ben Wilmus and Gable Mitchell coming up. What would you like to see from Iowa offensively, John, as we're about a time through the order here?
Some patience. Horace pitched against Iowa 2 weeks ago. Pitched an inning, 3 hits, 3 runs were all earned. Walked 1, struck out 1. Then he bounced back. He pitched, would have been, if I do my math right, Saturday, through 2 innings, didn't give up a hit, walked 1, struck out 2. So See what version Iowa gets here.
Right-handed pitcher for the Braves. He missed outside, ball 1.
But yeah, it just kind of get locked in. You know, we played 2.5 innings, and it doesn't really feel like Iowa's on.
1-0 pitch to Swales. It's low, ball 2. I think you use a free base or 2. Feels like one of those innings, John. Let's at least get 1.
Yeah, you need to answer the crooked number there, and especially as Horace right off the bat here is having trouble finding the strike zone.
And on a day for Iowa that should be pretty good to hit out to left. 3-0 pitch to Swales, outside, called a strike. Why did we have to expand the zone that much? Whoa. Sorry.
Nope, better. I had basically muted my mic, so I didn't say anything so I could not violate the rule 2.5 innings in.
3-1, Swales rips into the left field corner. Down for a base hit. Ben quickly around first, headed for second. Leadoff double for Swales.
Well, see, if he hadn't have expanded the strike zone, Ben wouldn't have doubled.
It all comes around. There we go. I'm all right with that.
That's why 101 is Ben hits a top spin lob into the left field corner. Hawks have a chance here right away to answer back in the bottom of the 3rd.
All right, top of the order. Here's Ben Wilmus.
Yeah, you're not digging me into that hole. I just apologized for it. I'm not going to that dark place again. We'll rant about RPI later, but I will not rant about our umpires today.
It's my turn this week. All right, some early traffic here for Iowa. Swales at second. First pitch to Ben Wilmus, dropped in for a strike.
That's a good take, though. Take the off-speed pitch. If he lands it for a strike, great. Wait for the fastball to come back. You're going to get one to hit.
Horace had fallen behind 3-0 on Swales before coming into the zone. A little bit of a control issue. Wilmus hits on the ground, left side. Shortstop dives. It goes off his glove. Now Swales will try to get to third. There's no throw there. And the runners are at the corners now for Iowa.
Tough play for Ben, because if the shortstop makes the diving play, you don't want to give him a chance to throw you out at third. And so he was hesitant, he was waiting, and then as the ball kicked away, then he was able to take the extra base. So might have been able to get lucky and score if he goes right away, but I also understand why you don't go there.
And at this moment in the game, too, maybe play it safe. Nobody out, runners at the corners for Gable Mitchell. He's reached in 35 straight games. Every game this year and the last game of the season against Illinois a year ago. He flied out to left his first time up. So looking to extend that streak to 36 if Gable can get on. Iowa down 4-0, bottom of the 3rd. First pitch to Gable is a foul ball.
Sure.
Mitchell barely got his hands started.
I say it didn't look like he stuck his bat out that far, but sure enough he did.
No balls and a strike now on Gable. Wilmus with a good lead at first. See if he gets active. Swales at third. The 0-1 is in the dirt. Wilmus takes off. He'll take it with ease. He'll take second base easily. He read that downward angle, and he was out of the chute right away.
And that's just a willingness to put pressure on as well, to just say, hey, look, I don't think you're going to throw it down with the runner on third, so I'm going to make you decide.
2 in scoring position now for Mitchell. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good changeup. From Horace, it dropped right off the table, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, the easy answer is don't do that, but the other team has a say in it as well.
That's right. Horace set, the right-hander pitches. Upstairs. Missed up, Gable laid off.
It made me pull out the media guide to try to find out what the on-base streak record was, but I cannot. I see a hitting streak, but I do not see an on-base streak. Paper media guide. That's where I just went to.
Need to command F online, John. The 2-2 to Gable. He offered at it, knocked it foul off his foot.
Now, Sammy made me a copy. At least I can do is look at it once.
I flipped through it. It's a good media guide.
So to your point now, a couple runners in scoring position, nobody out. Turn this over, cut the lead in half, get moving.
Yep. One step at a time, but this has the makings of a big inning especially if Gable can get on. Here's the 2-2. Mitchell lunging for it, hit it foul over to the right. A lot of off speed from Horace to Gable. Watch out for the fastball that could be coming.
Yeah, it's got some sneaky zip. It'll be 90 plus, so.
That's a little bit different than low 80s, isn't it? Count still 2-2. Here's the pitch to Gable. Spinner off the end of the bat. Horace dives, can't make the play. Third baseman is there. No throw! Gable legs out an infield single. The Hawks are on the board. Okay.
23 miles an hour off the bat. So Gable takes a full swing, hits it 23. I don't remember exactly what Caleb Wolf's bunt was, but it was like 37, 38. Caleb made better contact with the bunt than Gable made with that. And Gable gets the base hit, extends that on-base streak, and we might get a pitching change.
3 hits in the inning for Iowa. The Hawks on the board. It's 4-1 Bradley. Only Gable could have an infield hit like that.
On a full giant swing.
And it makes us chuckle a bit.
Fooled Horace, I think he kind of jumped off the mound quickly. The ball was so slow and spinny then when it came out.
Mound visit here for Bradley. And Reese Moore is up.
There's a lefty throwing in the bullpen. See if Iowa breaks the Bradley chain here.
Umpire Don Umlin's out there to talk. Break it up.
I don't think I told you. You know who I saw Saturday leaving the game? I saw Will Muffler.
Will Muffler. You chat with him for a bit?
Just a little bit, because I get kind of tunnel vision walking to my car, and then all of a sudden I glanced around as I was about to I'm like, wait a second, I know you.
What's he up to? Do we know where he's at?
Working. Where did he tell me he was working? Of course, you'd do that to me on the air.
Sorry. First and third, nobody out for Reese Moore. Pickoff move to first. Iowa on the board here in the third. It's 4-1.
I swear, Will, if you're listening, I was listening.
I'm sorry, John. That's on me. Do we know if he's around here? Iowa City area?
Not the Iowa City area. I feel like it was Des Moines.
Okay. First pitch to Reese. Line drive into right, down for a base hit. Wilmus scores. Mitchell to third. Moore cuts the deficit in half with an RBI single.
106 off the bat. He just smashed it halfway to the cycle now. And Hawks have strung together an inning. Miles Risley will try to keep it going.
Here we go. Iowa's got a little life here. 4-2 now in the third. Here's Risley.
Well, came into the inning getting out hit 5-1. It's now 5-5 on the hit side.
4 hits in a row for the Hawks. Extra base hit, double from Swales to start. 3 straight singles. First and third for Risley, who struck out in the first. Horace delivers. Risley takes out. Ball 1. Still nobody out in the inning. Iowa down by 2 with a couple runners on base.
That's a good take from Riz, because in his first at-bat, he kind of expanded the zone a little bit. And so getting locked back into to his process.
1-0 pitch to Miles. Drifted outside again. Ball 2. Hitters count here for Miles. A wind that would favor a fly ball to left for Risley. There's really no doubt about that. The wind is rippling the flags off the poles. See if Horace makes a mistake.
It'd be nice to match Timmy.
Yeah. Moonshot, high fly ball to left for his home run. 2-0 pitch to Risley. Outside again, ball 3. Hasn't seen much to hit.
Thank you, PD Senior. Muff is in the Chicago area.
Okay. There we go. Good for Will. Red light here for Miles, you would think. Fastball for a strike. Outer part of the zone.
Last time we saw a 3-0 strike zone expanded, that worked out well for Iowa.
He's really living on that outer edge, even with his pitches that hit the strike zone. Long pause here from Horace, the 3-1. Risley sends a blooper to the right side, a spinner that's into shallow right for a base hit. It came to a stop before a Bradley infielder got there. Mitchell scores 4-3.
That was Rory McIlroy's wedge shot into 18 on the last hole as it gets into the outfield grass and then just starts spinning back. That was outstanding, and that will bring a pitching change.
This is incredible.
I feel a little bad. Horace, he's given up a couple balls hit hard, but Mitchell's was 28 miles an hour off the bat, and that's 59 miles an hour off the bat, and they've all turned into hits.
First and second for Iowa, still nobody out. Dan Rogers will see a new Bradley pitcher. We'll introduce him after this break. After this pitching change break, this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The Braves will turn to a left-handed junior from Johnston, Iowa. He probably knows a couple guys on this team. Jake Pemble. Pemble on the season has thrown 11 1/3 innings, given up 17 hits, 16 runs, 14 of those are earned, 15 walks to just 4 strikeouts. Kind of a soft left-hander. Fastball is going to get up there in the low 80s. He'll throw a slider and a changeup as well. And as you can imagine, when I just tell you 15 walks and 4 strikeouts, he's had some command issues. So Iowa closed the gap. They matched the Bradley field goal in the top of the inning with their own field goal here in the bottom. And still nobody down with 2 runners aboard, and Daniel Rogers stepping in for a little lefty-on-lefty matchup.
Nobody out for Rogers. First pitch, dropped in for a strike. That looked like it was going to hit him. And then had a lot of movement on it.
Spin, break, gravity. 70-mile-an-hour breaking ball from Pemble.
A lot of Iowa kids on this Bradley roster. Here's the 0-1. Rogers hits a slow roller to third. Thrown to second for 1. Over to first. Not in time. Moore ducks so that he doesn't take the throw to the face. He ends up at third. You surprised that they didn't try to tag him out at third base?
100%. The easiest double play he had was to tag Moore, who was running into an out, and then throw across. It was going to be much quicker to do that than it was to get it across and try to get it to second and then get it across the diamond on a ball. Again, 58 miles an hour off the bat. So Iowa.
4 in a row.
Yeah,
not very solid contact.
Yeah, Reese Moore's was better, but.
First pitch strike to Cooper Schulte.
This is testing me.
Woo.
This is testing me.
Pemble, he like sweeps out. Like he leans out towards first base and then drags it around. The 0-1 is in the dirt, and Rogers will easily take second base. So 2 in scoring position for Cooper Schulte with Iowa trailing 4-3 here in the third.
Yeah, big move there. Kind of takes the double play out of order here, at least the traditional ground ball double play. So Hawks with an above average chance here to tie if Coop can put a ball in play.
Pemble set with the 1-1. Cooper's proven to be a good enough hitter. He can go anywhere. He can pull, he can push. Communication issue here for Bradley.
Let's switch out the wristband for the catcher. I want to get crossed up if you're the catcher. I don't care. I don't care how hard the pitcher's throwing it.
That's right. Schulte popped up to third.
Yeah, that would
caught it right in front of the mound.
That would probably not drive in the run.
Don't want that here. 1-1. Schulte hits on the ground is short. It's gloved by Fleckenstein. Takes forever to get it out of his glove. Did he come off the bag? Yes, he did. He threw it to first. They said he was off the bag. Moore came down the line to score. We're tied at 4, regardless of the call at first base.
Yeah, and that was kind of the big part of it. Bradley's not challenging this yet. I think he just asked the home plate umpire to go maybe give some input because the first base umpire didn't have a look at it.
Bad angle.
Yeah, terrible angle to see if he pulled off. I was actually surprised. The second base umpire may have had a better look. Catcher, or the home plate umpire certainly didn't, which was who they were kind of asking about. But we'll go ahead and do the challenge. And Bradley is 0 for 1, so this is a, I guess, kind of a big deal.
Do or die.
Yeah, do or die. Well, as we saw Saturday, do or die-ish.
Yeah. Fleckenstein took forever to get that out of his glove. Must got caught in there.
Yeah, he had the double, triple, quadruple clutch.
Cooper sprinting out of the box.
And it was 103 off the bat, so it was well struck compared to some of the other balls Iowa's hit this inning. But as you said, the good news for Iowa either way is the productive out at the very least.
Yes, we are tied now at 4. And Rogers will be at third base.
And we've seen a couple of pitches in the dirt, so Iowa's had some opportunity to take extra bases or go without a hit.
See what kind of look they have for this one.
Kind of looks like he's on the bag, but couldn't
full
tell.
Extension. He dove towards the right field foul pole. And here we go. We'll have the call shortly. So he's out at first base after the review.
So that will leave Bradley with one challenge. Iowa fans just realizing what that meant.
All right, and the game is still tied at 4. So that's the good news. Dan Rogers still stands at third base, also good news.
This is the slowest 3 innings in the history of baseball.
Super slow.
Not as great news.
Woo. We're approaching an hour 20. 2 outs for Caleb Wolf. First pitch to him. Wolf takes her a strike at the knees.
This may affect our departure time tomorrow for Ann Arbor.
No kidding. I've been thinking about that all day.
I have to pack, man. I got things to do.
Me too. I got to do some of my prep stuff because our stats and whatnot don't come final to this point. Wolf slaps it foul left side. So it doesn't do me any good to write out my card.
Oh, yeah.
With outdated stats.
You could just draw the line underneath it, say, so you can fill it in. See,
Yep.
the math test you did back as a kid.
0-2 to Wolf. Caleb lays off, wisely so. It drifted low and out.
Good pitch there. Good sweeper, lefty-lefty matchup.
Rogers the go-ahead run at third. 4-4, bottom three. Iowa's come all the way back, scored all four this inning. Ball and 2 strikes. Pemble's ready. The left-hander delivers. Inside. Boy, you would have thought that the earth was tilted towards third base. Bradley thought they had strike 3. Pitch just missed low and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The next pitch to Wolf. Caleb rips down the right field line. Fair ball into the right field corner. Wolf around second. Now he'll stop there with a double. Iowa leads it 5-4. A mistake from Pemble. He left it right down the pipe. And Wolf clubbed his second double of the season into the right field corner. Iowa has its first lead. It's 5-4. 7 hits now for the Hawks. 6 of them in this inning. Here's Kellen Strohmeyer. First pitch to Stroh. Fouled back to the pad. Wolf out there at second base. No balls and a strike on Strohmeyer, who flied out to center his first time up. Breaking ball stayed upstairs, a bit inside also. A lot of room on the left side for Strohmeyer if he can go opposite field, which we know he can. He's dented the scoreboard this season. 1-1, outer edge, called a strike. It's 1-2. Kellen, a tall left-handed hitter, slightly open stance. Right foot pointed towards the right center alley. Here comes the 1-2. Kellen rips into right. A base hit. They'll send Wolf around third. Here's the throw. It's cut off. Kellen Strohmeyer with 2 strikes and 2 outs puts Iowa in front 6-4. Back-to-back hits now for Iowa with 2 outs, giving the Hawks the lead. Strohmeyer with that nice uppercut swing sent a top spinner into right. The Hawks have now batted around in the third. Here's Ben Swales, who started things off with a double to left. Pemble's pitch to Swales is to the backstop. Strohmeyer takes off for second.
Certainly take a turn for the better.
It has.
Quite different than the game in Peoria, too. Iowa really hitting the ball here as opposed to a bunch of free bases.
That's right. The first inning, Iowa jumped out early on Bradley because of so many walks. Hawks have 8 hits, 7 of them coming in this inning.
That sounds good when you say it that way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Third inning has been good for Iowa today. Bottom half, at least.
Might as well kick the extra point here.
2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Swales. Ben takes up and away. Ball 3. Iowa's flipped the script, up by 2 now. .30 pitch to Swales. It's down the heart of the plate for a strike.
That's kind of how it played out in his first at-bat of this inning was 3-0 pitch. Iffy strike call. See if he can get another hit.
Pemble takes a deep breath, pitches the 3-1. Swales popped up on the infield. O'Brien, Durbin come together. It's Durbin, the second baseman, who makes the catch for the third out. Iowa scores 6, and the Hawkeyes take the lead. It's 6-4. We'll bring you the fourth after this. It's Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Well, it's our biggest harvest ever thanks to Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans.
Yeah, fastest growing trait technology, the new standard for weed control. Amazing yields.
You don't sound happy.
I guess I just hate it when a great season ends.
Hey, remember what Coach said back in high school?
Just wait till next year.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Long inning for Iowa in the bottom of the third. The Hawks put up 6 runs and have taken the 6-4 lead over Bradley now. Plenty of time for Justin Hackett to get loose. He's into the game now for Iowa, right-handed junior from Winterset.
8 appearances on the year. He's thrown 6 innings, given up 2 hits, 1 unearned run. He's walked 4 and struck out 11. So again, the key for Hack is just get in there, fill up the zone. Stuff's been pretty good. He gets outs.
Last outing against Milwaukee, he struck out the side.
More of that, please.
Yeah. Iowa sent pitchers Bleeker, Wheatley, and Walker to the mound in this game.
Wheatley was good.
Yep, Chaz was on the money. A bit of a slow start from Bleeker, and then a bit of a mistake there from Bryson Walker on the home run to Timmy O'Brien. A couple of walks mixed in there that really hurt.
Well, that's what I was joking with Coach Kenny before the interview, and we were talking about he'd said to Reese, hey man, if you're going to give up a home run, give up a good one. And the thing that Reese did on Sunday with the home runs he gave up they were 3 solo shots. Mm-hmm. And so, again,
limited damage.
Yeah, giving up 3 hits and gave up 3 runs. So I mean, that part's not ideal, but he didn't knock himself out of the game because he did that. And and that was the trouble with I was going to say with Walk, and literally that became with Walker. The problem were the 2 walks in front of a no-doubt home run.
Hackett pitching to Horcham. Horcham's worked a 2-0 count.
Only other game in the Big Ten, Minnesota and South Dakota State, and they are tied at 2. Bottom of the 4th inning.
You know who Michigan played this week? Who the Wolverines played?
Yesterday, I think they played Toledo.
Okay. 2-0 pitch from Hackett. Popped up, left center field. Risley and Wilmus come together. Risley, the quarterback of the outfield. He calls off Wilmus, who peels off, and Risley makes the catch, 1 down.
Yes. They beat Toledo 10-0 at Toledo, and I believe they had another midweek pitcher throw. I think he threw a 1-hitter or 2-hitter. It was really good.
Their midweek pitching's been outstanding. I believe it was Akron last week. They threw a no-hitter.
Yeah, and that's what it took to steal the pitcher of the week crown from Cade. But when I was thinking, Cade's got a shot at this again, I had forgotten about that. The 13-0 7-inning no-hitter.
Michigan's starting to figure it out, aren't they?
Yeah, it'll be a big series. They've won 7 straight games now.
0-1 pitch from Hackett is a ground ball to second. Swales has it. He throws to first, 2 down.
Kyle wants to point out to me that they haven't beaten anybody good, which is theoretically true, although the start of their winning streak was a win over Oregon.
They were out of conference last week against Mount St. Mary's, got the sweep I'm willing to say that we'll provide a stiff test for them.
Yeah, as you look at the stats again, Iowa leads the league in most of the pitching categories. Good pitch there from Hackett, and top couple in nearly all of the hitting categories, and so that'll be. I don't know if. Yeah, Michigan hasn't faced Michigan State yet. They'll face them after, so I don't think they've seen a guy quite like Cade yet.
Yeah. Hackett's 0-1 is fouled back, nothing in 2.
Although Oregon's got some, I say that Oregon's got some pretty good pitching, and Oregon, the first 2 games of that series run-ruled Michigan, and
okay.
But they won the series against Penn State, which is a good series win. They beat Purdue, lost the series to USC, beat Illinois in a series. So
Hackett's 0-2 just upstairs. Look good.
Ooh. But they've played some good teams too. Played Virginia early in the year. Played the same Stetson team Iowa did. TCU, Kansas State, Arkansas.
A lot of good teams up top there. 1-2 from Hackett, drifted just outside.
Played UCLA out of conference. That didn't go well for them.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Hackett looking for a 1-2-3 inning. The pitch. Called third strike. He got it that time. Boy, he had 2 pitches right before that were pretty close. Hackett, 3rd time's the charm for strike 3. He gets the strikeout, which is the first strikeout of the day for Iowa pitchers. It comes in the top of the 4th. Iowa leads at 6-4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Y.A. Black, defensive line, Iowa. On the field, I take on double teams, stop the run, and sack the quarterback.
Sullivan now runs for his life, and he's obliterated by Y.A. Black. Here's the snap, the spot.
Yes, and it's blocked it. Kick is back to the line of scrimmage. Don't touch the ball.
Hawks get it back. Y.A. Black, that man, what a momentum shift there.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Jack Stellano is the new pitcher for Bradley, left-handed senior from Braidwood, Illinois. Iowa leads at 6-4, bottom of the 4th.
21 innings pitched this year. He's given up 36 hits, 29 runs, 27 of those are earned, 21 walks, 23 strikeouts. He's given up 18 extra base hits. That is a massive number. Against Iowa the first time, he threw 2/3 of an inning, gave up 1 hit and 5 runs. He walked 4, 2 strikeouts. If I had to guess, he was the starting pitcher then? Or was he the guy that came in relief of the starting pitcher?
Yeah, I don't think he was the starter. I'm flipping back in my book here. He was in the middle.
Okay, so he just gave up runs later in the game.
He came in after Thompson. Thompson did a pretty good job against Iowa. Top of the order, Ben Wilmus will lead off the bottom of the 4th for Iowa. Hawks lead it 6-4. Sun beginning to set. Lights are on. 0-1, Wilmus swings and misses out in front of 87.
Yeah, Stellano will get that fastball up there in the mid to upper 80s. He'll throw a slider and a changeup. It really leans on that fastball.
0-2 to Wilmus. Then pops up, shallow right. Breidenbach sprinting forward, still running. He just about runs over his second baseman, Durbin. But he makes the catch for out number 1. One out now for Gable Mitchell. Gable's extended his streak, 1 for 2 today, up to 35 straight games on base. Lefty on lefty matchup here. First pitch to him is low and out. One out to Gable. Outside corner, it's strike one.
Could do without that wind. If it wanted to lay down now that the sun's going down, that would be awesome.
Yep, fine with me. 1-1 missed outside. 2 balls and a strike now. Bottom of the fourth, Iowa leads 6-4. Delano's 2-1 to Mitchell. Outside, ball 3. Reese Moore on deck. Reese is 2 for 2 today, double and a single. 3-1. Gable takes up and in for ball 4. He's on for the second time today. This will be our first time going to Michigan. Don't know what to expect when we get out there. AT Jake Feldman says it's all right. Ann Arbor, not one of my favorites in the Big Ten. It does have a weird city feel to it.
I'm trying to think of where we stayed, like for volleyball, and if we had a chance to walk and move around there. Obviously, the fun part with baseball is you get to spend a little bit more time. So if there's good walking areas,
right. Swing and a miss by Moore to start his at bat. No, we're not really checking off. Well, I guess we'll obviously check off Washington. In a couple of weeks, I will, I guess.
I will be checking off Scotland while you check off Washington.
We are going our separate ways, John.
You are flying west, and I am flying east.
You're missing one heck of a week, because I tell you what, go to Washington, get back really late Sunday night, and by really late Sunday night, as Reese Moore sends us in the air to left, it's carrying well, and it's over the left fielder's head. Mitchell's around second, headed for third. Coach Bo's waving him around third. Here's the play at the plate. Gable's safe. Moore to third base. I think it'll be a double and an advancement on the throw.
Yeah, it was the stop sign came up. I was rooting for how's he going to get to third off that. It was played pretty well off the wall, so there was no triple there. An aggressive send from Mitch Bo. You're forcing the defense to make a good play, and the relay throw was just up the line a little bit, and catcher couldn't backhand it and slap a tag.
7-4 Iowa in the bottom of the fourth. One out for Miles Risley. Reese Moore going opposite field. First pitch to Risley's high and out.
He's done that for both of his doubles.
Right.
He top spun lob the single to right, but hit both the doubles to left center field gap, or left field or left center field.
Bit more elevation would have got out of here. 1-0 pitch to Risley, high and out. But the point I was going to make, that week, go to Washington, play 3. You're warped with the time zone change. It's tricky for every sport that has to go out there. We see football, hard for the football team to play out west, hard for basketball, and it is for every school that has to go out there. But you deal with the time change. You play Washington, who's a decent team. You come home, land in Chicago. We're going to bus home from Chicago Sunday night. We're going to get to Iowa City Monday morning, 4 o'clock. Go right back to Chicago on Tuesday to play UIC.
Yeah, I was joking about you all should just get a hotel room Sunday and Monday night in Chicago. But, of course, you can't miss an extra day or day and a half of classes. And so not allowable. But, yeah, and then come back home. And then what is it then?
Oregon State
in Des Moines.
Yes. So travel is involved. 3-1 on Risley. So you go play UIC on Tuesday. You drive back. Okay, you're getting home really late Wednesday morning.
Because I assume it's a 6 o'clock game.
Naturally, I'm sure. I do have the schedule pulled up. It is 6 o'clock, you bet.
Yeah, so
you're getting home. Grizzly pops this up, foul ground. Third baseman Smith is there, and he caught it for the second out. So you're getting home from Chicago after the midweek. Well, 2 o'clock?
Probably.
Okay, and then you're going to go to class and practice on Wednesday. And then Thursday, you're going to travel to Des Moines. We'll probably have an outing of some sort. There will be practice over there on Thursday because what I've heard, we want to practice on the grass at Principal.
Yeah.
And then you're greeted by Oregon State, who's currently ranked in the top 10, will be the toughest team that you've played all year. And there'll be big games that Iowa needs to, you would think, take one or two.
Yeah, from an RPI standpoint, you're going to get credit neutral site and playing that good of a team. But if you can win one of those, you can go a long ways toward erasing RPI concerns.
Dan Rogers batting. It's 1-1 on him with a runner at third and 2 outs. Iowa leads 7-4 in the fourth.
I will theoretically join you for Sunday, maybe, perhaps, possibly.
If you're not jet lagged out of your gourd.
Yeah. The bonus for me is ball in the dirt there, 2-1. As I fly back home on Saturday, the 10th, that is my birthday, and so I get to travel 6 time zones back. So I get a 30-hour birthday.
Woo!
Yeah. If I were 8, that might be a big deal. But at my age, it's not quite as exciting.
You need to make sure that everybody knows that. Jen? Second
What?
party or an extra cake?
That's what might keep me at home on Sunday as well as then following Mother's Day. So that might be the other piece of the equation.
Wouldn't blame you one bit. 3-1 on Rogers. Half swing, he went through, 3-2.
Most aggressive half swing I've ever seen.
I don't know why he regretted that. It was high, but probably not much you can do with it.
It was a fastball, too, so I think he just got fooled a little bit.
Full count pitch to Rogers. Strike 3 called, low outside corner. Hawks will leave a runner at third, but another run across. Iowa leads Bradley 7-4. We'll bring you the fifth after this. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Join the swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more.
Iowa scored the last 7 runs and lead Bradley now 7-4. Good for Justin Hackett. He's out for another inning of work. He'll start the 5th inning. And he'll face 2, 3, and 4 for the Braves. Durbin, Breidenbach, and Atkinson. Hawkeyes out hitting the Braves 9-5. Hackett set down Bradley 1-2-3 in the 4th inning. Don't see any other changes for Iowa yet. We'll get to a point where maybe we make a few defensive subs.
It's a big spot for Justin because you're just looking for, trying to stake a claim to a weekend spot. Get one of those trusted positions, and good clean inning in the last one, and you can match that up.
Come out and do it again. Durbin's been a tough out today, a single and a walk for him, left-handed hitter. Hackett out of the windup. The right-hander kicks and fires. It's fouled back to the screen, 1-1. 3 games for Iowa this weekend at Michigan. 5 o'clock Central Time Friday night. 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, and then high noon on Sunday. Next pitch from Hackett. Sailed out. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And then we'll get that fun drive back from Ann Arbor.
Yeah, we talk about winning Sundays on the road. That one feels like a big one. 2-1 is slapped foul, 2-2.
Yeah, to make
6.5.
Make the 6.5-hour drive a little less of a complaint fest and a little more of a happy place.
I appreciate that you are as much of a road warrior as I am, John. You're a pretty good driver. 2-2, the pitch from Hackett. Just high and out, ball 3. It does beat riding the bus for what would turn into like 8 hours?
Yeah.
7.5?
A little bit longer. I think on the way up, the gang is making a stop for lunch, which I can take or leave and leave that. So
full count pitch here on Durbin to start the 5th. The pitch from Hackett. Fouled off again. We'll make our own plans.
We'll figure something out. We'll get there, hopefully in theory, slightly in front of the bus, and we'll have time to prep and go over to the field. That'll be it'll be fun to get over to the field Thursday night for a little practice.
Another foul ball from Durbin. Check out the visiting ballpark. First time there for both of us.
Yes. Like I said, I've been over for volleyball a couple times now. But yeah, for the first time to an actual baseball game.
3-2 pitch from Hackett for the 3rd time. And he missed low, ball 4. Have you been to the big house?
Not for a game, no. Giant hole in the ground.
Really is, yeah. You know, I have been there. It's not as loud as you would think, considering how big it is, because it does kind of flare out.
It's Carver.
It's Carver without a roof.
I mean, it's because it just extends away from the playing surface.
Pitch is in the dirt. Durbin takes second. Moore can't locate it. I'd put it in the top 4 in the Big Ten, probably, that I've been to. But
you've been to what, 4, 5?
Only one I have not been to is Rutgers and the West Coast schools.
Well, we usually break into every place to get pictures taken, so.
Yeah. Hey, don't share all my secrets, John.
I mean, that's what I was just happy you didn't get arrested when we went out to, was at USC when we were out there for volleyball?
Yes.
You were stumbling around campus trying to find an unlocked door?
Very true. Hackett's falling behind on Breidenbach here, 2-0. The pitch, missed 3-0. It's kind of tough here for Justin. He had such a good inning in the 4th, and you're happy for him to come out for another inning. But this is going to leave a weird taste in your mouth now if he doesn't turn it around.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite as satisfying as you would have been with the 3-up, 3-down shutdown inning.
3-0. It's in the dirt, ball 4. Back-to-back walks. And you get into that trouble territory. It's Atkinson now, O'Brien on deck. I think I'd be surprised if Justin saw another hitter.
Coach Heller on the walkie-talkie. It looks like, Coach Kenny, Coach Heller. Who's coming? Somebody's coming out.
Coach Kenny first. Coach Kenny back to his stool. We're going to let Justin pitch through this. Here comes Coach Heller. I don't know. Yep, that'll do it. Reese is going to go talk to him first. Coach Heller talking with Don Umland. And let's see if Coach Heller actually walks all the way out there.
He's doing a fantastic job of buying time for the bullpen if that's what he's after right now.
There goes Coach, striding out to the mound.
But has not pointed to the bullpen yet, so.
Hold on a minute.
But as we well know, I think, in our 3 years, I've seen him walk out there once without making the.
And I think it was this year, wasn't it? Early?
No.
I'm with you, though. It's very rare.
Looks like the door is open, though, right?
Yeah, the door is open. I think Coach might have told umpire Don Umland what he was doing before he walked out there.
I'm going to go take as long as you'll give me.
Yep. Hey, I appreciate the communication, Coach. All right, that'll do it for Justin Hackett. New pitcher coming in for Iowa. A little bit bummed there for Justin. Had such a good inning in the fourth and back-to-back walks. Pull him out of the game in the fifth. New pitcher coming in for Iowa. We'll introduce him after this pitching change break with Iowa leading 7-4 in the fifth. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, today we're talking about a little different black and gold than what you might think. Get your all-new Pac-Man scratch ticket today from the Iowa Lottery. It's available at your favorite Iowa Lottery retailer, and that's not all. With the Pac-Man Second Chance promotion, you could be a waka winning $15,000 or even $25,000, plus your very own Pac-Man arcade. Enter today and find details at ialottery.com.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Ben Dete, the left-handed redshirt senior from Clive.
Sorry, I stole something from you. 0-3 on the season, 4.42 ERA in his 14 appearances. He's got a couple saves, 18 and a third innings, 16 hits, 9 runs have all been earned, 13 walks, 28 strikeouts for Ben. Been a little, I guess you might call it up and down for Ben. You know, he's had some really great outings. He's hung a pitch or two that he probably wanted back that hasn't been his greatest, and but in 9 clean outings in his 14 and 5 that he's given up runs in. So generally speaking, pretty good.
Yeah, the good is really good. The not so good is a little shaky. And he comes in with a little bit of a spot here. First and second, nobody out. First pitch strike. Fired it by Bobby Atkinson, who's walked twice today.
He had a couple good innings on Sunday.
Oh, 1 pitch is low.
Tried to will the Hawkeyes to a win there. Gave up a hit and a walk in a couple innings, but struck out 3. Threw a clean inning with a couple walks against Bradley 2 weeks ago.
1-1 from Dete is hit on the ground, right back up the middle. Mitchell's got it. He steps on second base. Throw over to first in time for the double play.
That helps.
And for Ben there, he got out of the way of that. Kicked his feet up.
72-mile-an-hour little spinner. Right to Gable Mitchell. Solved a big problem right there for especially for the hitter stepping into the box right now.
Timmy O'Brien with a high-flying home run down the left field line his last time up. First pitch from Dete, fastball for a strike.
Can we stop traffic out there just in case?
Yeah. Runner at third and 2 outs. Hawks up by 3 in the 5th. Pitch from Dete. Swing and a miss. O'Brien tardy on the high heater.
Well, I love what Ben's doing, too. It's not, oh, here's the spinner and leaving it in the middle of the plate. It's, here's my fastball. What can you do with that? You don't see Ben get to 94 very often.
Dete looking in for the sign. He's got it. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch to O'Brien. Swing and a miss. Ben with a strikeout. A little bit of passion from Dete coming off the mound, too. He gets a double play and a strikeout.
Went right back to the fastball. I kind of thought he might try to screw him in the ground with a changeup, but just gave fastball, got it done.
We'll go to the bottom of the 5th after this. Iowa leads at 7-4. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll's conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Before we get to the bottom of the 5th inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Cooper Schulte, Caleb Wolf, and Kellen Strohmeyer due up for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 5th. Iowa leading Bradley 7-4. Hawks have scored the last 7 runs in this game. Fell behind through the first 3, 4-0. And have awakened here.
Touchdown in the 3rd, kicked the extra point in the 4th.
Yep.
Now let's try to make it a 2-score game.
Let's do it. 1-0 pitch to Schulte is lined into center field for a base hit. How did he get turned around on that pitch?
Off the end of the bat.
Ouch. Probably hurt his hands.
83 going up the box, but perfectly placed. And Coop continues his hot ways.
Boy, hasn't he come on?
Up to 329 on the season now.
A tale of 2 seasons for Schulte. First half of his season, second half. First half, not great. Second half, very good.
Well, and you mentioned it with Dan Rogers, too. And it's funny, like with Cooper, just seeing the pitching, getting adjusted, kind of having the game slow down a little bit for him, and he's done a really nice job.
Caleb Wolf batting. I went to double-digit hits now. Wolf 1 for 1. Hit and run there for Iowa. Wolf fouled the pitch off, so Schulte will go back to first base.
I mean, Iowa pitching has gotten a lot of the attention so far this year, but again, Iowa leads the Big Ten in batting average, .310.
And up by quite a few points on the second place team there.
Yeah, seven points on Indiana. And with this many at bats, that's a big number.
Right.
On base percentage, Iowa leads the Big Ten. They're 4th in slugging.
Wolf takes an outside strike.
You know, and then when you kind of get to the individual things, they're tied for third in doubles, but they played fewer games than all the teams ahead of them. They're sixth in home runs. Up there, fifth in RBIs, and again with fewer games, a strong. You know, when this game updates, you know they're gonna vault up. All those teams ahead of them, they're going to be coming right close to catching Maryland there. So I mean, just done a nice job. And when you get to conference games, it's been even better.
Outside the Wolf, 3-2.
You know, Iowa leads the conference in runs scored. Second in doubles. They're way down in triples finally, but they tied for the league lead in home runs.
In conference games.
Conference games.
And strong competition. And that is the surprise, right? The surprise has been Iowa's offense.
I think so. And you know, and Iowa didn't start the year with a ton of stolen bases. In conference, they're fifth in stolen bases, 17 of 19. So they've done a nice job adding the speed game to all the power game. So
lengthy at bat here for Wolf.
You know, Iowa's third in the conference in conference batting average, but they do lead in on-base percentage. They're second in slugging. Boy, the Indiana series next week after Michigan, not to look ahead of a tough series there, but boy, Indiana brings an offense to town too.
No kidding.
That'll be all kinds of fun.
Weather looks decent this far out. Wolf puts one opposite field into shallow left. Schulte was off with the pitch, and that was a good thing. Otherwise, the shortstop, Fleckenstein, probably would have caught it. He had vacated that spot.
Cooper had to brake check there as he headed into second base, though, just in case he didn't know for sure where the ball was other than it was in the air. And turns into a flared 67-mile-an-hour single for Caleb Wolf.
Iowa has 11 hits. How many of them are solid contact today, John? Maybe 4?
Half of them are under 70-mile-an-hour exit velo.
Back-to-back singles for Iowa in the fifth. Nobody out for Kellen Strohmeyer, who hits it on the ground to second. This could be double trouble. Flip to second for one, over to first, not in time. Strohmeyer legged it out. At least he hustles down the line. Runners at the corners for the Hawks.
Yeah, that's great speed from Stroh to get there. Not hang your head that, oh, man, I hit it hard right at a guy. What are we doing? Did he challenge it?
Oh, my.
I didn't even think that was close particularly.
I don't think so either. They're going to, aren't they? Yep.
But doesn't it have...
Oh.
He's safe by a mile. The only way he's out is if he hit the white bag.
This should be quick.
And this has to be from Bradley, right? Because the umpires can't initiate a challenge until later.
It has to be from Bradley.
And so then this would be their last challenge. And, of course, every time I think I know.
Way safe.
Yeah, he's way safe, and he hit the green bag.
Yep. So to your point about the Indiana series, I've looked ahead to the weather. Looks warm. Looks like low 70s. Wind to probably be blown out, don't you think?
If it's low 70s.
That's what I'm thinking.
Generally speaking, yes. And boy, do I remember a series with Indiana with the wind blowing out.
I'm sure you do.
Hi, Kyle Huckstorf. If you're listening, that was a good day for you. But, yeah, that's...
We've had some great games with Indiana over the years, too.
We really have. Tough series there, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
It didn't play them last year, right?
Did not play them last year. Had the tough series in Bloomington, but then had that thrilling win at the Big Ten tournament in 23. They've had some really solid pitching over the year. I don't think their pitching is as strong this season as it has been in years past, but their offense might make up for that.
They're certainly going to try to do it that way. Yeah, you look at the Big Ten standings, they're middle of the pack in ERA, in conference games. They're up there in strikeouts, right there in the middle in walks.
Ben Swales takes a first pitch strike.
Right in the middle in batting average allowed. Again, fourth in the conference in strikeouts per 9 innings.
Runner takes off for second. Swing and a miss at the plate. Throw down to second is late. Strohmeyer gets to the bag easily. And I will say, only 2 more home series for Iowa. Indiana and Oregon.
Yeah, because Oregon State were headed over to Des Moines.
Yep.
So.
And so really a couple more chances here to get to Banks and support the team. And we really need you down the stretch here.
Well, and Coach Heller mentioned it. The crowd did great things this weekend with Nebraska, and so it's a big opportunity. And as we talk about all the time, they're a good team, a fun team to support.
And you're right, against Nebraska this weekend, the crowd made a difference. I think in that second game especially. First game, I don't know. I think Cade would have done a really nice job against just about anybody. There's a strike 3 called on the inner third. Swales is down for the second out. I think Cade could have done a good job if there wasn't anybody here. But just to have a packed Friday night and then turn it around on Saturday and do the same thing, and I think that was a difference maker for the Hawks to come back and win that one late. So let's do it again against Indiana in a couple weeks. And then in May against Oregon. Who knows what we'll be playing for against Oregon, if you know what I mean. 2 outs for Ben Wilmus. 2 in scoring position for him. Iowa leads at 7-4 in the 5th.
I just got a text from Duncan Davitt, who was here at Iowa my first year of doing the radio, and he's in Double-A ball now. Had a couple of great starts to start the year. So good to see him doing well off the jump and see if he can keep progressing up the minor league ladder.
Quite a few pro Hawks.
There really are, and so far there have been some really solid performances and open up the year.
2 balls, no strikes. The pitch to Wilmus, he took for a strike on the outer edge.
You're not getting me. You're not.
We'll leave it.
Ben should too.
Yep.
If you understand what I mean.
2-1. That's up and in. Ball 3. Bradley's got a right-hander going. You feel like this will be it for Stellano this inning if he can get out of it soon. Pitch the 4th. And now in the 5th. The 3-1 to Wilmus. Ben rips fair into the left field corner. Schulte scores. Strohmeyer jogs home. Wilmus is into second base with a 2 RBI, 2 out, 2 bagger.
Rip that right down the line. Ben's hit a lot of balls hard and hasn't necessarily got a lot of things to show for it in the last week or two. That one goes 103 right down the line, and that will chase Stellano.
9-4 Iowa. The Hawks have scored 9 unanswered, and in 3 straight innings now. 14 hits for the Hawks. We'll see a new Bradley pitcher. We'll introduce him after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizza and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville.
New pitcher into the game for Bradley is Reese Clapp, right-handed junior from Columbia, Missouri.
17 and a third innings, 23 hits, 15 runs have all been earned, 11 walks, 18 strikeouts. He's going to run it up there in the upper 80s. He'll throw a slider and a changeup. Mostly it's a fastball and a little cutter off that. Sometimes he'll mix in a changeup, but again, has a hard time locating strikes consistently. So if Iowa goes up there with a find one in the middle of the plate approach, they can do some damage here and keep piling on in the bottom of the fifth inning.
Iowa's done a pretty good job with 2 outs today. The third inning was quite productive with 2 outs, and then just got a 2-out double from Ben Wilmus there. Here's Gable Mitchell now. 9-4 Iowa, bottom of the fifth. Wilmus out there at second base. Clapp, the right-hander, pitches to Mitchell outside. Gable's been on twice today. He singled in the third, walked in the fourth. 1-0 delivery. Gable popped up down the third base line into shallow left. Now long run for all parties, and nobody can make the play in foul ground. Left fielder Lucky was coming forward. He dove forward and could not catch it. There it is, John.
Why?
I'll ask him.
That was a heck of a kind of a Bermuda triangle there from Gable, though. I really thought, I guess maybe the shortstop is shaded pretty well up the middle, so he had a monster run there, and tough play for the third baseman to catch it kind of over his shoulder, Willie Mays style.
Count even at 1. The pitch. Gable swings and misses early on the changeup. It just seemed like nobody for Bradley sprinted to the spot.
Right.
Everybody was kind of coasting.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it was because, hey, I don't think we can catch it, and then as you kind of get there, you're like, I'm pretty close maybe now all of a sudden. Lucky slung himself like, almost took him down like bowling pins. Says the 5-6 spare.
1-2 is a foul ball down the line and left.
Get it? 5-6 shortstop.
Oh yeah. That was good. That was good, John.
Thank you.
Ben's been in the dugout for a long time. You think he's done?
Boy, I would base it. Yeah, that would keep it about right, it would sound like.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Mitchell. Looking to get on for the third time today. Clapp set. The right-hander from the belt pitches. Gable chopped foul to the right.
Gable showing those bat-to-ball skills. His pitches all over the place right now, and he's just decided he's going to foul everything off and hang around and keep battling.
The 1-2, it's outside.
Maybe the best pitch he chose to take. That's pretty good. The stat I need from the Iowa staff, the Iowa data geeks.
There's a ground ball to short. Hold that thought for a second, John. Mitchell sprinting down the line, just about beat it out. But he's out by his step for the third out.
Before you throw it to commercial, data geeks is a very affectionate term. I don't mean that in any derogatory way at all.
We'll come back to that thought. Iowa leads at 9-4. We're through 5 at Banks. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to Sirius XM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Sirius XM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025. Your question has been answered about whether Ben DeTay will return to the mound.
He will. We don't have to introduce anybody new. There's also a change for Iowa defensively as Blake Garren enters. He'll play first base.
The question I was going to ask, or the stat that I want from our data friends that do such a great job crunching is Gable Mitchell pitches seen per at-bat. And on one hand, I would say it would be really, really low. On the other hand, he's had some crazy long battles at the plate to skew the outliers the other way.
Yep. If you have a rod with, or if you have 2 points, you've got a lot on the short end and a lot on the long at bat end. Not much in the middle.
His bell curve is oddly shaped.
It's flipped.
Yeah, his bell curve actually goes down.
It's a valley. Not very many, I don't know, what would you say, 4 to 7 pitch at bats?
It's probably more than you think. Uh-oh.
That's hit well to right. It's hooking. Will it go foul? It will. Off the wall foul. Hosey gave it a ride.
That's a pretty good pitch, too. Change up down at the bottom of the zone. Left it in the middle of the plate, but all the way at the bottom. Out in front of it, hooked it just a little foul. Yeah, I think he's probably had more middle number at-bats than we give him credit for. I mean, he's been at the plate a lot. So, but yeah, we seem to remember the 1-2 pitch at-bats and the.
Here's a chopper to the left side. Schulte's got it. Throw on the run to Blake Garren is on the money, 1 down.
And the 10 pitch at-bats, you know.
Right. To see DeTay get through the 6th here. Iowa leading 9-4. Have turned this thing around. First pitch to Lucky. Swing and a miss. That was pure dirt from Ben.
Yeah, that was ambushing a fastball. The problem was he didn't get a fastball.
Swing and a miss again. 0-2.
He was more on time to that one, but equally as empty. Now see if Ben's thrown 2 changeups in about the same spot. See if he alters it.
0-2. Swing and a miss. Went high heater. Ben controlled that entire at bat.
Yeah, that's just dirty. You throw 79, 80 low at the knees, and then you throw 93 at the belt.
Ben's looked sharp tonight. 2 down for Horchum. Fastball low and in. Looked good.
Misses down low again. Now 2-0. So Ben will have to jump back in the zone here.
Horcham singled in the second inning, left-handed hitter. 2-0, caught the edge of the strike zone, 2-1.
Because of the strange stat broadcast from Bradley, we don't have their update season numbers.
2-1 is a call and strike on the inner third.
Ben showing him a fastball outside and a fastball inside after he fell behind. Evened the count back up.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase the slider. Good pitch from Dete. He ends the sixth inning with back-to-back strikeouts. We'll go to the bottom of the sixth. Iowa 9, Bradley 4. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Bottom of the sixth inning, Iowa 9, Bradley 4. And the Hawkeyes will have Reese Moore, Miles Risley, and Dan Rogers coming to the plate. Clapp continues to pitch for the Braves.
When do I get to go on my RPI rant?
I'll let you go now, John. I'll let you go now if you want to go.
Well,
what's the scoop? What's the story?
Well, because what just fired me up was as I looked at it, Minnesota is 15 spots, actually 17 spots higher than Iowa right now.
That doesn't make any sense. We swept them, and we have a better record than they do.
So here's my my fun RPI rant. Starts with Iowa went 3-1 last week, including beating a team that at the time of first meeting, Nebraska was ahead of Iowa in the RPI. And so Iowa goes 3-1 last week and somehow finds a way to lose 17 RPI spots.
Which is a lot, right?
17 RPI spots.
That's a lot.
And then the fun part, don't even play a game yesterday and gain 7 spots back.
Doesn't make sense.
And now today, by showing up on the field and playing Bradley, Reese Moore fouls the first pitch off, they're going to lose 26 points.
Oof.
Which will be 26 points will be I got to get down to the right spot.
You got to keep going down, huh?
Well, I got to get back to Iowa. I was on Minnesota because I was looking at them as what they were doing.
Just outside there to Reese, it's 1-1.
Iowa's 26 spots or 26 points will drop them from 87th to 90th just because they played the game.
So if we win, we're going to be 90.
Yes, and Iowa is 1 spot behind Rutgers, which I'll let you figure that one out.
Well, no luck because I can't figure it out. We beat them 2 out of 3. Their record isn't very good.
Iowa's 2 spots behind Indiana, which fine, I'll give you that one. And Iowa is now 18 spots behind Nebraska.
Forget it.
Because Nebraska beat Iowa and beat Creighton after losing twice to Iowa.
So what are we going to do about this? We just got to keep winning, I guess?
Yeah, win games. It's what I said early in the year when everybody written the season off because I just win games and Iowa will still be fine. But it's frustrating to look at that.
3-2 now on Reese.
Because I mean there are 12 teams in the Big Ten that are in the top 100 in RPI, which is good.
That's a good number.
That's a good number. And somehow the team that leads the Big Ten is, of those 12 teams, is 10th.
3-2 to Reese. Swing and a miss. Went off speed there, and Moore couldn't quite time it up.
Nearly screwed himself in the ground with that one. But yeah, I mean,
that part doesn't make sense at all right there, John. That what you just said, the last one.
Right.
They were 10th out of the 12 teams in the top 100.
And Iowa's 21-11, so it's not like they're I mean, I think that's the other side of it is, Iowa's chasing Rutgers, who's 17-20, Minnesota, who's 17-17, and Nebraska, who's 17-20. And I get strength of schedule, blah, 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 blah. And that's why Texas A&M is still in conversation, despite the fact that they're going to have to win some games to make sure they get into the SEC tournament. At some point, you have to win games. That is the object. It's not just a schedule difficult. Thank you, RPI, for taking my attention off of umpires. I'm back. I'm back to normal now.
Jackson Beeman batting here for Iowa in the place of Miles Risley. 1-0 pitch to Beeman. Hit on the ground to third. Smith's got it. He steps and throws across the diamond, 2 down. If it were all about strength of schedule and how big of an impact that makes, then teams should just schedule really tough and don't worry about winning them.
Right.
Why even worry about winning them?
Well, and heck, I'd kind of argue that that's how Indiana State hosted 2 years ago when we went to Terre Haute. Is they were, 2-15 in quad 1 games? It's like, the schedule was great. And now they ran through conference, and they did a great job.
Rogers lifts this into right field. It's carrying well, and it's off the wall. Got out there in a hurry. Rogers has to hustle to second. He'll slide in safely. He clobbered that ball off the wall.
Got out there in a hurry. How about 110 for an exit velo there? That's pretty good.
Rogers with a 2-out double. His 6th double of the season. Here's Cooper Schulte. First pitch to Coop is a called strike, outer edge. No balls in the strike. With 2 outs, the pitch. Schulte ripped it back to the screen. 0-2 now. Iowa leading 9-4, bottom 6. Out hitting Bradley 13-5.
I should thank Sean Roberts, too, for having me on the other morning. Talk Hawkeye baseball on Monday morning. Got to talk the Masters and got to talk Hawkeye baseball, which is always fun. Spent, it felt like 15 minutes, but felt like 2. It just flew by. It was fun to be on with them.
Always good to reach over to the Des Moines area and get some good local coverage there. Ball and 2 strikes. Pitch to Schulte. Popped it foul over to the right. I think people are starting to figure out that we've got a pretty good baseball team. I think it's starting to come around, John.
I would hope so. It's about, if you haven't figured it out yet, keep watching.
Another 1-2 is outside. Coop laid off.
And again, as I've said for all the years that I've done this now with Iowa baseball, not only are they a pretty good baseball team, but they're a pretty good group of just guys and coaching staff to support. So they're fun to do.
2-2 in the dirt. Schulte chased it. He strikes out. Pretty good changeup there from Clapp. And for the first time since the 2nd inning, the Hawkeyes do not score. Iowa 9, Bradley 4. We'll bring you the 7th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Top of the 7th inning in Iowa City. The Hawkeyes leading the Bradley Braves 9-4. New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Sam Hart, right-handed senior from Highland Ranch, Colorado.
Talk slower. I completely screwed that up.
Sam Hart coming in. He was sidelined, kept in the dugout this weekend against Nebraska, nursing a little bit of an injury. We'll see Hart for the first time in a week.
Yeah, in a week. Pitched against Milwaukee. 11 appearances. I'm going to guess 10 appearances. Now, the Bradley game was missing last time, wasn't it? For his stats, for some reason, there was something squirrely on him. He pitched against Bradley, but it didn't show up. So he has 11 appearances, 9 innings, 6 hits, 8 runs. 7 of those are earned. 6 walks, 13 strikeouts. Sam drops down, throws that sidearm. A little sidearm delivery, but good speed, good action on the ball.
Hart did pitch against Bradley, as you were mentioning, John. 1 inning, 1 hit. He walked 1 and struck out 2.
More of that.
Sam has the potential to be such a weapon for Iowa's bullpen. Got to miss some barrels, though. First pitch fastball is outside. He'll face 9-1-2 in the Braves order in the 7th. Fleckenstein to start it.
Well, because he's unique. He just doesn't throw this thing. He's not a stock right-hander. He's got a little bit of funky delivery.
There's a call and strike, bottom of the zone.
Good pitch, good action on it. Yeah, so he's got a chance just to look different than some of the other Iowa pitchers.
1-1. Popped up right side. Blake Garren at first is camped underneath it near the line. Blake caught it. 1 down. Good start for Sam Hart. Top of the order, here's Cole Smith. Righty on righty matchup here. Hart's 1 for 3 today. First pitch low and out.
Bradley's 1 for 3, or Smith's 1 for 3. Confused me. You said Hart's 1 for 3. I thought I had to double check to see if they're getting the leadoff guy. It's my fault. I took out the RPI rant and threw you off completely.
No.
Yeah, Iowa hasn't exactly mowed down the top of this order.
And missed in there, 3-0. There's been a lot of walks in the top half. And then O'Brien in the middle with the home run. Iowa's done very well against 6 through 9. 3-0 pitch from Hart's outside, a 4-pitch walk to the top of the order.
That's pretty close to our expanded 3-0 strike zone right there.
Look at the stats today. 7 walks by the Iowa staff, only 4 strikeouts. First pitch strike from Hart. It's a good start. Flip side, Iowa's drawn 2 walks, struck out 5 times. Of the 13 hits for Iowa today, 6 of them are extra base hits. Good pitch from Hart, missed outside though.
Iowa's had a couple of those games where it really got a ton of extra base hits there, and it's just hard into gaps. It's not really, towering home run power everywhere, but.
Strike call on the outer edge. Good spot there from Hart. Finally getting our wish a little bit here, John. The wind has died down. But it's nighttime now, so the sun no longer warming us. Swing and a miss. Hart gets a strikeout of Durbin. We retire him for the first time today.
We have the strikeout, though, of Sam Hart to keep us warm.
There we go. Yes. 91 high heater. Two outs for Breidenbach. Iowa up by 5 in the 7th. First pitch, fouled off to the left. Hits off the beam and lands right back in the left-handed batter's box.
Fortunately for umpire Umland and Reese Moore, they were both well protected.
Split the gap, yep. 0-1 on Breidenbach. Short lead at first. Long pause from Hart. Here's the pitch. Ooh, he dots the corner. Good pitch. 91, low and out. It's called a strike. 0-2. Hart looking for the strikeout. No balls, 2 strikes. With 2 outs, the pitch from Sam. Just low. Breidenbach thought that he struck out. He took a step to the Bradley dugout. Oh, man.
And I don't blame Reese Moore. Reese tried to give the umpire a good long look at the frame job. He didn't even make a throw to second.
Smith steals the 1-2, hit on the ground to first. Blake Garren is there. He'll take care of it. Over to first goes Blake. 1 walk in the inning for Hart, but otherwise very clean. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Iowa leading Bradley 9-4. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com. Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Bottom of the 7th inning in Iowa City. John Evans and John Leo with you from Duane Banks Field. Iowa leading Bradley 9-4. Bottom of the 7th, Blake Garren will lead off this inning for Iowa, getting his first at bat of the day.
If I told you Blake Garren can swing a golf club hard, would you believe me?
I would believe you. I would believe you on that, John.
Some of the guys used their Monday day off in that heavy, heavy wind and went and played some golf.
Okay.
So I was getting the lowdown. Going to be a little two-man competition coming up later this season betwixt all of them.
So you'd probably want Blake to drive it and then somebody else to handle the short game. What do you think?
I think that might be a reasonable plan.
Garren takes a strike from Drew Polite, who's into the game for Bradley, the new pitcher. Polite, a right-handed junior from Lindbergh, Missouri, the 0-1. Blake takes up and in. Polite started the game against Iowa a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he's got 27 2/3 innings, 37 hits, and 25 walks, so a lot of traffic.
1-1 to Garren, swing and a miss.
Yeah, not going to really hit a ton with the slider, but going to throw the fastball, and it kind of gets on you because of the little bit of a strange delivery.
Garren fights off the 1-2.
And so that was a Marty Sutherland scouting report pitch of wants to elevate the fastball with 2 strikes.
That was way up and out. 1-2. Blake shoots into right center field, into the alley, but the right fielder, Breidenbach, is able to track it down for the first out.
Good job from Blake to stay with that pitch, but just couldn't get enough barrel on it to drive it into the gap. Hung up there a little too long.
One out for Kellen Strohmeyer. First pitch high and out. Bottom 7, Iowa leading Bradley 9-4. The first 3 innings of this game took forever. Since then, we've picked up the pace a little bit.
It was going to be hard to drag a plow any slower than those first couple innings.
Man. And I don't really know why. I mean, I guess there were 10 runs scored in the first 3 innings, but shoot, I didn't think it needed to take that long.
Well, and Iowa's still just sitting at 54% strike percentage, so there's a little bit of story in there, too.
Strohmeyer walks on 4 pitches that were scattered all over the place.
They're just deeper into counts and not as clean as Iowa wants to be.
We'll see Jackson Frost come to the plate for Iowa in the 7th. First time we've seen Jackson in a little bit here.
And I mentioned with Sam Hart kind of battling a thing. Jackson's been battling a thing as well.
First pitch to Frost is outside.
He got an at-bat last week against Milwaukee. Actually got 2 at-bats. He struck out and walked. His last start was 11 days ago in Northwestern.
Strohmeyer at first base after the walk. Missed on 5 in a row here. It's a strike call in the inner third. Polite started the game against Iowa earlier this year. Lasted 2/3 of an inning. He walked 4 during that time span. Quick pickoff move over to first. Strohmeyer's back.
And with Cooper Schulte playing better, it's allowed Jackson to kind of take his time getting healthy instead of having to rush him back into the lineup.
Yeah, I think there's a positive to that, too. Secondary of Cooper playing so well.
When I asked Cooper when I interviewed him after his Player of the Week, and he said, because he and Swales and Frost have all kind of just slid around that second base and third.
Strohmeyer takes off for second, and this is dribbled through the right side into right field. Frost with a single.
A 59-mile-an-hour fisted spinner past a diving first baseman.
The generated report of base hits and speeds, exit speeds, that's going to be something to see. You might need to frame it.
Well, the expected batting average on some of Iowa's hits today would be really, really low. I think, what was it? Iowa had a couple of those outs they made early in the season where the expected batting average was 700 or over 700.
Yep.
This is the even up.
Goodness. Ben Wilmus batting for Iowa now. He's 2 for 4 today. 2 RBIs. Got those last at bat with a double. 1-0 pitch to him is high above the letters. Nine for Iowa, bottom 7. 1 out, runners at the corners. There's a strike to Ben. Low outside corner. It's a good take.
Yeah, that's kind of, Ben's probably a little more the other end of the curve from what we were talking about with Gable Mitchell. He sees a lot of pitches in most at-bats.
Wilmus shows the bunt, pulled it back.
It's funny because, that obviously affects his strikeout numbers. You get deeper in counts. Sometimes the guy's just going to beat you.
3 balls and a strike. Runner takes off for second. Doesn't matter. The pitch sails high. The bases will be loaded on the walk for Gable Mitchell.
Get a mound visit here. I don't think they haven't had anybody up in the bullpen, so that lefty's not ready to go. So this is just a chat.
I'm not sure about a run rule, John.
Yeah, generally speaking, we don't at home.
Right.
Now, Coach Heller does have a relationship with the Bradley staff, and if they were battling injuries and what do you say, short 6 arms.
Isn't that incredible? That's a lot of arms.
Yeah, that is truly incredible because you can't – that means you're going to need guys for the weekend. And so you just can't blow through guys. And so it's entirely possible that that this has a run rule. Heck, I was thinking it's entirely possible we might only play 7 as it gets a little hairy when you start looking at it from the perspective of Bradley needing to be ready.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Wednesday.
Right.
So, I mean, you need to be ready in 2 days to play a conference game.
Here's Gable Mitchell with the bases loaded. Still a ways off from that. Iowa up by 5. It'd be 10 after 7. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. 1-0 pitch to Mitchell. Outside. Gable wants to swing it so bad.
He's taking one for the team. He's going full discipline there. Like I said, that's one of those we talked. That's 4 balls off the plate. The only thing he's going to do is end cap that one.
2-0. Low. Ball 3. Reese Moore on deck.
With who could theoretically be the winning run.
That's right. 3-0 to Mitchell. Gable took it down Main Street.
Somewhere in there, he's saying, throw that one again.
One more time.
Please hit the middle of the plate again.
3-1. High and out, ball 4. Walked in a run, it's 10-4. Strohmeyer comes home to score. All right.
Let's find out, Reese.
Let's find out.
That way we can actually finish the game in under 3 hours if Reese finds out.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Polite pitching to Moore. The pitch, outside. Whether it's by design or not, they'll pitch away from Reese.
Based on what I've seen so far, I'm not sure it's by design.
Here's the 1-0. Ooh, inside corner. Good spot from Polite, 1-1.
Boy, I'm not sure what he threw there. Took something off the changeup, I think. It's a heck of a changeup. Down and in.
The 1-1. Outside corner, backdoor breaking ball, called a strike. 1-2.
Reese shaking his head. Probably reasonably so.
He crowds the plate now on the 1-2 pitch. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Moore strikes out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Reese. It's going to be a little frustrating for him, that at bat.
Well, you think you got... feel like you kind of got it. You're seeing the ball well, and a couple of strikeouts now for baseball to remind you that it's not easy still.
Here's Jackson Beeman, bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch to Beeman, called strike.
All of a sudden he's finding the strike zone with off-speed stuff now.
Came out of nowhere. Counts 0-1 on Beeman. The pitch. Took it again. Another strike. 0-2.
When Jackson was going good, he thought less.
Yeah.
Swung the bat more and thought less.
The 0-2, swing and a miss. Iowa leaves the bases loaded in the 7th. The Hawks add another run. It's 10-4. We'll go to the top of the 8th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Paper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist corn.
We are way ahead of Big Seed on this one. This corn has 4 different post-herbicide tolerances, multiple modes of action for above-ground pests, and it is some of the highest-yielding corn genetics that are out on the market today.
If you're one of the many that got substituted on your corn hybrid last spring, contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today and ask them about Power Core Enlist corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Top of the 8th inning, Iowa well out in front now, 10-4 over Bradley. New pitcher into the game is Jack Whitlock. Whitlock into the game, right-handed senior from Cumming, Georgia.
9 appearances on the year with a .482 ERA, 9 in the 3rd inning, 6 hits, 7 runs, 5 earned. He's given up 3 home runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. That's kind of been the challenge for Jack the last year and a half after an exceptional first season with the Hawks. The book on the Frisbee got around a little bit, and there's been a little bit more barrel contact, and that's what you've seen with the 3 home runs this year, too. He's, again, only given up the 7 total runs and 5 earned runs, but kind of a high opponent damage percentage.
Yes. He'll face a good part of the order here for Bradley. Atkinson, O'Brien, and then Bogart, who's the new catcher into the game for the Braves.
Winds died down here a little bit. It's getting cooler. Not quite as jumpy as it was an hour and a half ago.
Yep. Atkinson up first. He's 0 for 1 today with a couple of walks.
Still a little gust every once in a while to just remind you it's still blowing out to left field foul pole.
And that gust, when it happens, is cold.
Yeah, watch still says it's 60. I'm not sure I'm buying that.
No, I'm not.
Feels like 50. I'm buying that more.
Yep, much closer to that. First pitch strike to Atkinson.
Ooh, your Pirates cleared the benches.
Oh, great.
So they're fired up.
So we can fight.
I didn't say they won the fight.
Oh, yeah. No, me neither. We're playing the Nationals, right?
Yes.
Great. I'm glad we're fighting the Nationals of all teams. Whitlock's 1-1 pitch is hit in the air to left. Wilmus sprinting back. Ben still running. It's over his head and off the wall. Ben getting it in quickly to second, but Atkinson beats the throw. Leadoff double for Bradley in the 8th.
Yeah, that was, can talk about the barrels. That's not a bad pitch, though. It's below the zone. Change up down, but just stuck with it and went after it. Again, that's kind of that scouting report thing, too, of if you kind of know a guy's not really going to come fastball you very often. You can sit on the off-speed and Frisbee stuff.
And now you got to keep it low to Timmy O'Brien here. First pitch to him. Ripped back over the... They get through the fence here?
Yeah, you got the little gap there. It snuck through the fence, ricocheted off the bottom. Boy, if you weren't paying attention to that one, you could have worn that one.
Foul ball up above the screen, but below the bar that holds the screen up. Counts 0-1 on O'Brien. He chased one low and out, and it was so far away that it got past Reese Moore. And so Atkinson will get to third.
Yeah, I think that'll be the biggest takeaway. Is going to be the free bases. You know, the error. The error back in the first inning was a free base. 7 walks.
Couple pass balls or wild pitches, however they want to be scored.
Yeah, I was just going to pull that up. 3 wild pitches now.
Counts 0-2 on O'Brien, who chases another pitch way outside. Whitlock gets the strikeout, 1 down.
Okay, so O'Brien doesn't like frisbees.
Whew.
Didn't like the Dete fastball.
Couple strikeouts for him today. I think that's kind of what you get with him, feast or famine.
Which is kind of what you want out of your power guy, you know. You're willing to take the strikeouts for the 3-run home run.
Bogart batting for the Braves, swings through the first pitch from Whitlock. Bogart, a senior catcher from Atlanta, Georgia. He gets pulled up to Peoria, Illinois, a little bit different than Atlanta.
No, I think they're the same place. Same metropolis.
0-1 is tapped left side. This will be a tough play. Whitlock comes off the mound to field it, throw to first in time. Great play there from Whitlock.
Wow.
I did not think it was possible.
I thought that was a base hit. When that ball squirted off, I thought, well, okay, Bradley finally got one like Iowa did, just a little squirter. Great play from Jack. He gets off the mound because Frost is way deep. He had no chance at third. Jack just barehands it and threw a strike to Blake Garren.
Atkinson does come down the line to score.
We'll have a pinch hitter now.
Freshman from Eureka, Missouri, Dominic Anselmo.
Home of the St. Louis area Six Flags.
Okay. First pitch strike.
Yes.
You got a little.
Yes, I spent some time there with the kids when they were little. My girls were younger when we lived in St. Louis. So.
You a roller coaster guy, John?
Yeah, it's fine. Probably not. I don't. Good pitch there from Jack, drops low. I don't love them anymore. I mean, I'll ride them, but.
Thrill-seeking John Evans.
Yeah, I can do without the full-on rattle anymore.
1-1 pitch from Whitlock, swing and a miss. That's dirty.
Yeah. So Sean Kenny's moment of not helping his wife do the lawn work while he was watching the Masters. My proud parenting moment is taking my older daughter Peyton on one of the old rickety wooden roller coasters and basically having to hold her the whole time as her head was rattling around in the wooden roller coaster, and because she was just barely tall enough. And yeah, that was fun as I ended up kind of cramping, breaking my neck, and trying to keep her from jamming and concussing herself all over the proud parenting moment on my part.
Whitlock's 2-2 is waved at and missed for the strikeout. Good inning there from Jack. All right, we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Iowa leads it 10-5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
Drew Polite back out for the bottom of the 8th inning with Iowa leading 10-5. He will face Rogers, Nelson. Actually, he will face Hennings, and we'll just skip the rest just in case there's any more substitutions. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Iowa up 10-5. We'll see Connor Hennings come to the plate.
He's been battling a thing, so it's good to see him back.
Yep.
And Andy Nelson must have checked in because he's listed. I assume he must have come in when Risley left the game and Andy came in to play center. First pitch is a strike to Hennings. Connor still looking for his first hit on the season. Scored a couple runs, though.
Limited action for Connor this year. Powerful right-handed hitter, the 1-1. Hennings hits high to left field. Ball carrying just a bit, but not enough. It'll stay in the yard as the left fielder Anselmo makes the catch. One down.
Hit it well, just launched it more up in the air than forward.
Just a bit too high.
Too high? What do you mean it was too high?
Too high. All right, here's Andy Nelson.
Our crowd of what I would have guessed was 1,000 or 1,100 maybe.
Now what?
Is not that.
They stayed for the 7th inning stretch. First pitch to Andy's a strike, outer edge. Who do we think comes in for the 9th, John?
You said Watts and Wright were hopefully being rested.
Same with Hogue. Swing and a miss by Andy. Who does that leave out there?
Well, that leaves me to have Jack pitch another inning.
I'd buy it. 0-2 on Nelson.
Gannon Archer, I suppose. If he's not sure where he's at in the having a thing too.
Yep. Andy takes upstairs. How about on your stat sheet, John? Do you have your stat sheet over there somewhere?
What are you looking for?
How about Colin Coonrod? When did he pitch? I must have missed that. 1-2, way outside. 2-2. He's on the stat sheet. Just a little error there. Somebody got an inning and a walk and 2 strikeouts. You know what that is? That's Bradley. That's Bradley right there. I remember talking to Sam about that.
That should be Sam Hart.
That's Sammy Hart. Yep. That's why he doesn't show up in that. Andy Nelson swings at the pitch and drives it into left field. It'll be a double for Andy into the corner.
Love it.
Andy got turned around on that. Hey, he's coming on. Here comes Andy.
I'm telling you, if he starts contributing in a meaningful way to the Iowa offense, the #1 offense in the Big Ten just gets longer and more difficult to get out. And that's not whether it's Stroh or whether it's Jackson Beeman. I mean, Iowa's done a nice job in right field, but if you can count on Andy there as well as a contributor, then it gets just adds that layer.
Here's Blake Garren, takes a pitch that sailed outside. Andy out there at second base. The 1-0 pitch to Blake. Check swing. He did not go. The pitch was just outside. Good spot, but out of the zone. Blake with a fly ball to right his last time up. Counts 2-0. Here's the pitch. Blake hits well to center field. Center fielder going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall hill. Watch it go. Blake Garren with a bomb to center. It's 12-5 Hawks.
Home run number 8 for Blake. That goes 107 off the bat, 406 plus over the center to right center field wall. What a smack there. And like I said, is it any wonder he can swing a golf club hard?
Not much of a doubt about that one, John. Barreled it up and drove it. 12-5 Iowa. The Hawkeyes have scored in every inning today except for the first, second, and sixth. So when the lights turned on for Iowa, they picked it up.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about the slow start. You asked me the bottom of the third what Iowa needed to do, and boy, since then they've done a really nice job with it.
Here's Kellen Strohmeyer swinging at the first pitch. He scooped under it, sent it into shallow left center, where it's caught by Anselmo for the second out.
Minnesota did get the win over South Dakota State, so 18-17 on the season now. That
Just
win,
need teams like that keep winning.
That win lost them 33 RPI points. I refused to rant again, but that was not a positive for them.
What are you supposed to do?
Well,
that's what I don't like about that.
They have a similar problem to Iowa. You know, it's not like there's a ton of competitive high-level D1 programs around Minneapolis that are going to come to Minnesota and play them in March and April.
So many times you can play St. Thomas,
right?
We only get them once. 1-0 pitch to Frost is a called strike.
You know, and for all the people that yell at Iowa, schedule Creighton. Creighton is not coming to Iowa because they have a 3-game series with Nebraska. They just stretch it out over 3 weekends.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, or 3 weekdays.
Swing and a miss by Jackson.
And they can do that with a 45-minute drive instead of a 4-hour drive.
Absolutely.
So what are you going to do? You're going to play a competitive game there that they'll go home and home with you.
1-2. Frost sends on the ground is short. Fleckenstein has it. He throws it across for the third out. A couple more runs across for Iowa on the 2-run home run from Blake Garren. We'll go to the ninth. 12-5 Iowa. The Hawkeyes look to close the door after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z-Series soybeans are bred to defy expectations. So it's no surprise they're getting rave reviews. And that has more than farmers talking. In fact, a grain elevator wrote, "Sweet mother of pearl, trailer after trailer of Z-Series. It's never ending. We need a break." Safe to say, everyone is feeling the impact of Z-Series soybeans. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Top of the ninth inning, last chance for Bradley with Iowa leading 12-5. And John, you were right. Jack Whitlock, he'll be tasked with getting the final 3 outs here tonight.
Slam that door, Jack.
Yep. Got places to be.
We're at 3 hours and 7 minutes since we started, even a minute early. So let's put a bow on this and get ready to head to Ann Arbor.
Got a pack and rubber to the road tomorrow morning. A little bit of a homecoming for Coach Kenny, right? Detroit area, that'll be cool for him.
Yeah, that'll be pretty neat. Coach there a little bit.
Sure we'll have plenty of his friends and family there. Let's hope for a Hawkeye series win. 2, not bad. 3, great.
Well, the good news is I don't think Iowa needs all 3 to maintain their RPI position this time, so 2 would work out just fine that way.
Whitlock pitching to Horcham to start the ninth. That's across for a strike right below the letters. Iowa looking for its 24th win of the season. Whitlock's 0-1. Inside. Back to Horcham off the plate. 1-1, hit high to right field. Back goes Beeman, who's under it now, and he caught it.
If I had to guess, Michigan is probably the last team to make it to Omaha from the Big Ten?
Yep, has to be. That was what, 20 late 10s?
Yeah, maybe. Lost to Vanderbilt in the championship game? Yeah, because that was Rocker, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, he hasn't been out that long.
First pitch strike from Whitlock to Jackson Smith, pinch hitter for Bradley. The 0-1, right back up the middle, somehow threaded the needle through Jack Whitlock's legs, gets into center field for a single.
Yeah, good news, good news, bad news. If you're Jack, the ball didn't hit you. Also didn't get the any opportunity for the out because it missed you.
Somehow. Don't know how that.
Yeah, 80 in on the Frisbee, 93 coming right back out at him.
Top of the order, here's Cole Smith. Swing and a miss. That's dirty from Whitlock. He had the Frisbee going there.
Yeah, I'd throw something that looks a lot like that. Start it on the outer half and spin it right off and see if you can set him down.
Whitlock's 0-2. Way outside. Moore tried to backhand it and couldn't. Gets by him, and so runner gets up to second.
As we talked before, that's just another cheap and easy free base. Fourth wild pitch of the game for the Hawks. Second for Jack.
Went with the same pitch, but it was way too far outside. Bring it back in here, Jack. Whitlock's 1-2. Fouled off the end of the bat to the right side.
Boy, he had him too. Just barely cues off the end.
Think he goes fastball at some point here?
No.
Stick with it?
Yeah, he can't hit this Frisbee if Jack leaves it off the plate. He's going to run out of time here. Yeah, I don't know whether they're having trouble with communication or what it was, but Jack was full struggle there.
Yep.
Getting the call.
Those things just die or what? Swap them out. Reese Buter giving up his. Reese obviously wasn't going to pitch today, so he doesn't need it. See if this does the trick. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out in the 9th. Iowa leading 12-5. Runner at second with a big lead. Here's the pitch. Popped up, shallow left center. Mitchell goes back. Gable camped underneath it. He'll make the catch. 2 down.
Yeah, that was launched straight out. Jack caught a lot more plate with that. He went with a changeup there. He didn't throw the Frisbee. But yeah, that's kind of been the risky mistake Jack's made. Is that's a changeup. You're ahead 1-2, and you leave that right in the middle of the plate. Fortunately, gets launched straight up in the air instead of forward.
Last chance now for the Braves. 2 outs, runner at second. Whitlock deals. Ball low and in.
I'm pretty sure he swung at that.
A bit of a check swing. He tried to. The pitch was so low and in that he leaned forward. I thought he brought his hands through. They sent it down, but umpire said no. 1-0's hit on the ground to the right side. This should do it. Scooped up there and thrown to Garren for the 3rd and final out Iowa wins it tonight 12-5. The Hawkeyes improve to 24-11 and get ready for a big, major, massive series in Ann Arbor against Michigan. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Iowa takes care of business tonight, 12-5 over Bradley in the midweek matchup. John Evans, you get the first word of postgame.
Slow start, but a really solid finish. You know, Iowa pounded out. That's what they end up with here. Is Iowa ends up with 16 hits. You know, and went well on 8 extra base hits, so half the hits were extra base hits. Just did a really nice job up and down the lineup. Guys extended at bats. You saw a ton of good at bats there, and the pitching settled in. It didn't start sharp, but it got much better as the game went along. And even though it gave up a run here or there, it was cleaner baseball at the end.
Now we get set for Michigan, John, this weekend. Any early keys you think that might be different than what Iowa's needed to do the first 6 series?
No, I think it's going to be what Iowa's been really good at. It's matching the competition level, you know, and understanding what it takes to win the games. That you've got to be. You probably can't afford to have 2 or 3 quiet innings. You know, where you're not good at bats or you're not sharp, you know, on the mound. And so, not that you have to be perfect. You know, that's not really going to be the way it works either. But the more times you're off kilter and the bigger hill you create to climb, the harder it'll be. Always been a competitive series with Michigan, expecting no different this weekend in Ann Arbor. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back with more after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Iowa beats Bradley tonight 12-5 after falling behind 4-0. The Hawkeyes score the next 10 runs to go up 10-4 and then seal the deal late to 12-5 winner over the Bradley Braves. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, congrats on the midweek win.
Thanks. Never apologize for winning.
That's right. Coach, what'd you see out there from your team?
Well, obviously, not a great start on the mound. It was rough for Garren, just never could get in the zone. Thought Chaz did a great job, get a big double play. To get out of that inning with only one run, you feel pretty good. And then you get the first 2 innings, and we line out 3 times, and you're just like, oh, man, is it one of these nights? And then they hit the 3-run homer, and you're like, oh man, it's uphill, but. The guys didn't panic, and that's what you're asking offensively. Just don't panic. We've had great at-bats. We just need to keep stacking them, and obviously get the 6 there. You start feeling a little bit better. After that, after the 3-run homer, we really did a pretty good job on the mound. Ben came in. Justin's first inning was very clean. Then he walks 2 guys. Obviously that's what we don't want to have happen, but Ben comes in, cleans that up. He was really sharp. Ben Dete was. And then Sam comes in, does a good job, and Jack did a good job. Only run he gives up. The kid did a nice job of staying on a breaking ball or staying on a changeup. So really after that 3-run third inning, I thought we pitched pretty well. And then we just kind of stacked some ABs together. Now we missed some opportunities. I think we were three of our first 3, scoring the guy from third with less than 2, and then we went 1 of 3. Or 1 of 4 maybe, and just some punch outs in there. You look at that, maybe the 8th inning or the 7th inning, we have the bases loaded with 1 out, or I think it was maybe 7th. And then we punch out twice. Those are the types of things that can kill you. We got to do a better job of contacting the ball, moving the baseball. But other than that, not a lot of bad things. About 16 hits. We did a lot of damage. I think we had 5 or 6 doubles. Blake with the big homer there. So from that standpoint, it was good. That was a better offensive showing than certainly what we had most of the weekend. So that part was good, and it bounced back, and that's kind of what we talked about. I said you got to get on the bus tomorrow rolling, like feeling good about, our offense again, and that was good to see.
One thing that John and I noted during one of the breaks was that the start was slow, and just like you were saying, Coach, how maybe is it really going to be one of those nights? Like I really don't feel good about having one of these nights going into Michigan. But then the guys snapped out of it, right? And snapped out of it pretty early. I thought we were impressed by that up here in the booth, how quickly they snapped out of that.
Yeah, and again, you've seen that a lot of times where you line out a couple times like that, and then you get a little bit of press, and then all of a sudden it's one of those nights where you just can't find a hole. But I thought our guys just did continue to do a good job of stacking them together, and just did a really nice job. The thing you take from it, overall is the standard needs to be a little bit higher. We got to be better on the mound. Next week it's going to be double midweek, and we need guys to step up a little bit more. On the pitching mound, we can't have guys that can only get 3 outs. Next week, some guys need to get 6 outs. We can't go back out there and create traffic again. We walk 7 guys. We throw 4 wild pitches. 1 is a cross-up. Those are the types of things that are going to get you beat, and certainly that's on the weekend. But any day, baseball is one of those sports that, we track how many free bases we give the other team. We gave them 12. Those are the things that are going to put you in a position to get beat. But lucky enough, we did enough offensively, and we pitched around it. We got the 2 double play balls that were both huge at the time, but we got to be better. And I think that's the message. You're happy you get out of here with the win. You get a lot of guys in there, but people need to walk away understanding that this we need to be better. Our standard is better than it was, or how we perform tonight. So, and we'll get that. Guys are doing a great job, and you're just happy to get out of here with the win before you're taking off up north.
Quick preview on Michigan, Coach, before we let you go.
Really a big series. They're kind of in a spot where they look at it as a series that they could turn the tide a little bit. I think there's maybe 7-5, 7-8-7, something like that in the league. They won some they got off to a great start. They won some games early against Virginia and Trice and some teams that are off to good starts. It's not a super deep, pitching staff, but it's talented pitching staff.
I remember them from last year, Coach.
Yeah, and listen, quite honestly, anybody who was here last year should have some bad feelings about that weekend. It was not a good weekend for us. Credit to them, but we lost 2 one-run games, and we had opportunities aplenty and didn't come through. So hopefully, we got a little payback on our minds. It's going to be a challenge. Like anytime you go on the road against a quality opponent, we just got to go do what we do, which is take care of the baseball, be in the zone. Hopefully, obviously, you get good starting pitching. And then offensively, we just need to bounce back and continue to do the things that we've done well for, a month and a half, and, execute when we have those opportunities, and certainly take advantage of the times you have chances to score, which, again, when you look back on Sunday, that's what you take away from that. Man, we didn't cash in. And even tonight, again, 3 or 4 times with the runner on third, we don't get it done. And that's the stuff that we need to make sure we're doing better at, and we will. And so it'll be a great atmosphere up there, I'm sure, a great weekend series, and let's get on the road and get the first one.
Let's go Pack, and we'll see you on the bus tomorrow, Coach.
Thanks,
all right. Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our postgame show from Banks. Iowa beats Bradley tonight 12-5. We're back after this with highlights. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready. An award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Iowa 12, Bradley 5 tonight from Dwayne Banks Field in Iowa City. Plenty of highlights from this one. Let's hear them now. Wheatley set with the 1-2 with the bases loaded and one out. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to short. Gable's got it. Flip to second for one. Late throw to first. Wolf with the stretch, and he got him. Caleb down to the splits. How'd he hold on to that one? A big double play. Wheatley's 1-2. Runner takes off for second. Pitches low and out. Reese sends it down to second. Now bring it back home. Gable throws it on the money. And Moore applies the tag. The Hawkeyes cut down the runner at the plate. 3-1. Risley sends a blooper to the right side, a spinner that's into shallow right for a base hit. It came to a stop before a Bradley infielder got there. Mitchell scores 4-3. The next pitch to Wolf. Caleb rips down the right field line. Fair ball into the right field corner. Wolf around second. Now he'll stop there with a double. Iowa leads it 5-4. 1-1 from Dete is hit on the ground, right back up the middle. Mitchell's got it. He steps on second base. Throw over to first in time for the double play. 3-1 to Wilmus. Ben rips fair into the left field corner. Schulte scores. Strohmeyer jogs home. Wilmus is into second base with a 2 RBI, 2 out, 2 bagger. Counts 2-0. Here's the pitch. Blake hits well to center field. Center fielder going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall hill. Watch it go. Blake Garren with a bomb to center. It's 12-5 Hawks. 1-0's hit on the ground to the right side. This should do it. Scooped up there and thrown to Garren for the third and final out. Iowa wins it tonight 12-5. The Hawkeyes improve to 24-11 and get ready for a big, major, massive series in Ann Arbor against Michigan. That's right. We'll start that series on Friday evening in Ann Arbor. 5 o'clock first pitch Central Time. We'll be on the airwaves at 4:30 ahead of a big series with the Michigan Wolverines on the road. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball tonight. For my great board op down the line, Michael, excellent job as always. My color analyst, John Evans, I'm John Leo saying so long from Dwayne Banks Field. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.